I don't know if anyone's here yet, but I'm gonna start this up because honestly, I'm just really excited to dive back into this. It's a little bit strange, but I can honestly say that I really never get tired of playing Pokemon. Like, I might for a few weeks or something, especially after a tough challenge, but Pokemon is just something that I always come back to. Like, I just genuinely love the games. And I can't claim that I love all of them, but I'm always happy to come back to them. So, the plan here, real quick, is that we're going to try and grind for some experience, but we're also going to be multitasking. Because something that we have access to, that we've had access to for, well, something that we have access to now is the move relearner. And the move relearner, hang on, I'll stop the speed up. The move relearner is only usable if we make use of heart scales, but luckily we can fish those off of, we can get those off of wild love disc that we fish up here. And the safest way to do that, well, actually, yeah, there's basically just one way to do that. So we've put on the experience share. And actually, I'm going to pause real quick because I remembered something I want to take care of. So we're actually going to deposit Trubbish and so... Oh geez, what are their names? I'm still struggling with all the new names. We're going to deposit Ethel and Amanita. I haven't actually EV trained them yet. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and keep them in the party. Because now that I think about it... Okay, so I realized this was a whole round of things to go. Notice down here in the bottom screen, if we come to the different punching bags that we've earned from super training, we have these, the reset bags. So since we have two of those, I don't actually need to worry about properly EV training Fungus and Ethel. Because if we wind up using them on the team, which at the moment isn't in the cards, but could happen at some point, if we wind up using them in the team, hi B Marching, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I was just saying, we don't really need to worry about the fact that I haven't gotten around to EV training Ethel and Amanita yet. Oh come on. Because we have ways to reset their stats. But we're just going around at the moment trying to thief some heart scales from Wild Love Disc. Because those will be useful and we need to get some experience on them. I won't go too crazy because I don't know that I need a ton of light scales right now. a sec. But it's nice to have a supply, so I'll probably go through all of Leiyu's Thief PP once or twice. Enough to get her up at least one level, I think. Yep, so see, I picked up a heart scale. I just always have to remember to take it from her before starting the next fight. And unfortunately, we have to be at normal speed here instead of in speed up mode. Because fishing in speed up mode is just kind of hard. And for this stream, I decided to fire up some a classic from the Pokemon soundtrack. Because honestly, for me, nothing brings the nostalgia quite the way that the third generation music does. It's just so stinking satisfying. Okay, oh wait, no, I didn't get one. Luckily, the chances of getting a heart scale are actually pretty high. I think it's like 50% or something. And 100% of our encounters using the old rod here will be heart scales. So it's a nice, reliable way to farm for a very useful item. I'd hate to actually have to farm for heart scales in a generation where TMs weren't reusable, or where I had to rely on a less than 100% encounter rate on Love Disc somewhere. I did take the heart scale, right? No, I didn't. I could have just been wasting Thief PP right there. I wish I had a teammate that could snag some of those berries off the tree in the back, but unfortunately no one on the team right now has that option. So obviously I want to get the guys that I've got with me up to something of a more appropriate level before I mix them with the others. So I don't want to get unnecessary experience on the entire team, especially since we've got at least a couple of challenges before we actually make it to the not the third gym, the 7th gym. Jeez, numbers are hard. Come on, Leiyu, let's grab a heart scale. You have done so while I wasn't looking. Jeez, I keep missing that. such a waste, because honestly most of these guys have heart scales. See, if I actually remember to take the heart scale off, it's at least a 50% chance. So, because I'm playing with a level cap, meaning I can't over-level for the next gym, I need to make sure that the members of my team that are already up to the appropriate level don't get... Dang, some of these love discs are actually pretty tanky. Like, just for reference, Leyu has more than twice their level and maxed out attack with, I believe, at least a neutral attack nature. Which means the love disc that are actually surviving this must have, like, some seriously chonky HP and defense IVs and a positive defense nature. But yeah, as I was saying, I gotta keep my stronger team members from over-leveling. And it's especially crucial since a couple of the newer Pokemon on the team I'm not planning to have as staples in the team, at least for the moment. I'm gonna wait until I have a better reason for using them, which basically means most of them won't get added to the team unless someone dies. Well, two of them. Two of them won't get added to the team unless someone dies. So obviously this is very engaging content as you watch me play a fishing minigame that has basically pure luck involved. In this playthrough I've been trying specifically to avoid level 35, that's nice. I've been trying specifically to avoid battling in between sessions. Just because, since I'm not cheating in rare candies to level up, because I'm too lazy to look up how to do that. But yeah, since I'm not cheating in rare candies in order to level up, I find it the best way to make sure that I stay honest with everyone. It makes it clear that no, there were no off-screen deaths that I'm not telling anyone about or something. And I just remembered something I have to take care of, so give me a sec. Sorry. Just listen to the pretty music for a moment. Let's see there. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. I realized there were a couple of announcements that I had forgotten to send out. In the meantime, yeah, we're just trying to get a good supply of heart scales so that we have plenty. Oh, wait. I almost forgot to take the heart scale from it, from Leyu. Yeah, we want plenty of heart scales so that we don't have to revisit this item grind anytime soon, at least. And there will probably be some point, most likely just before the Elite Four, where I'm gonna go ahead and say, okay, to save time, we're going to temporarily suspend the death issue in the Nuzlocke. Because otherwise, careful grinding is just so slow. I can look into how to add rare candies to the game, but either way, the result is basically the same, just saying, look, we're gonna make it so that I can actually do this within a reasonable time. Leyu, if you would be so kind as to mug this heart-shaped fish. Yeah, that's literally what we're doing here, in case it wasn't clear. We're mugging heart-shaped fish. Gotta yank the little fish up on shore, steal a scale, and then toss it back. Oh, come on. I reeled it in as fast as I could have. You know, at one point in one of his videos, Flygon HG mentions that you reeled it in too slow message is incredibly passive-aggressive, and I'm starting to see what he means by it. Okay, well this will be our last thief, and then we've got to pop into the Pokemon Center to restore the PP. Don't worry, we will wind up doing interesting stuff this stream. We have a matchup against Team Flare Admin. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button, that's why. Yeah, we've got a matchup against a Team Flare Admin. A rival fight, and a gym, all of which should be reasonably doable to get to within the course of this stream, and none of which we actually have much specific preparation for apart from getting the new teammates up to the level that they need to be at. Another heart scale. See, the frequency of the heart scales appearing is extremely high. It's just a matter of actually remembering to go into the team and take it off of them. And take it off of the U. Because otherwise... Ooh, Amanita is learning synthesis. You know, all things considered, I'm just going to go ahead and drop Venoshock. I don't know that it'll actually come up what Amanita's moveset is, but... As excited as I am to get a hold of Dragalge and hopefully be able to use it into the Elite Four, because I'd really like to, but at the very least hopefully be able to use it for a couple of important matches coming up. Leyu is definitely the big score of the last little bit, because when she evolves, she's going to be a dark type. And that'll give us a second dark type to work with, which will make things a lot safer, a lot more sustainable. You know what? I am going to leave it as is, because I've already got the toxic TM. Is there any reason not to let Ethel evolve? Let's check the details on her. So, we caught Ethel in the Lost Hotel, so that'll be the easiest way to look her up. So, Trubbish, I don't even know for sure if I've checked her ability. Probably won't really matter, to be honest. Got some decent moves coming up, but nothing crazy important. What about after evolution? Yeah, we'll still get all of her moves prior to the Elite Four, so I don't think there's anything really to worry about with Ethel evolving. Could I hypothetically regret that if I decide that I really need her to explode into something? Maybe, but I'm just gonna play the odds here. I really don't think that we should be too worried about something dying. We're playing relatively safe into most things, and we've got a pretty solid defensive core at this point that can deal with most of our weaknesses. Flora, you left your line in there for like 2.5 seconds. You gotta give things a little bit of time in fishing. Silly, silly Chlora. And by the way, be sure to let me know if there are any volume issues, if it's hard to hear me over the music or anything. Okay. I think once we run through Leiyu's remaining Thief PP, we'll probably go ahead and move to somewhere that we can use to grind for experience a little bit faster. There's a small chance that Leiyu will evolve by then, which would be nice. Okay. I was trying to get cheeky and see if I could actually manage to reel it in properly on speed up mode, but I swear that the timing for reeling in this game is just so much faster than in other games that I've played. Like, I've legitimately basically never struggled to actually reel things in when they bit in other Pokemon games. At least the water is pretty. Alright, come on, just start biting. I'm practically doing a catch and release strategy here, Love Disc. It's not like you have anything to worry about. I mean, it's a bit more of like mug and release strategy, but still. Alright, come on. Okay, that's another. Only 5 more thieves to go. Now only 4, actually, because we were on 5 when that last battle started. come on. There's no way that a Love Disc is in that much of a rush to get off the line. It's one of the worst Pokemon in existence. It should be in a hurry to die. To be honest, I've never actually minded Love Disc's design. It's just, its stats really are pretty pitiful. One more. Can we snag one more before we go? Can we make that happen? Yes, one more heart scale. Okay, now we can heal up, and let's go ahead and grab Crobat from the box again, because we need Desi to fly us to our next destination. Yeah, so you see how Desi is at level 44. We want to get the rest of the team about up to there. Before we do, this lady is the reason that I wanted to come and take care of this, because she's the move reminder. So I can come here and check what moves I can have my Pokemon relearn. For example, in some situations, the move Acupressure could actually be quite useful. That said, the real prize among these is Knockoff. And while I'm thinking about it, let's go ahead and reteach X-Scissor to Leyu. Because, yeah, the poison coverage outweighs the the bug coverage outweighs the poison coverage on this team. Let's see, does Lotta get anything especially useful? There's Twister, that's not bad. See, Twister is one of those moves that can knock, stuff off of trees. So by temporarily slipping Twister back into our moveset, we actually have a really good option for collecting items. What about Peeves? Can you remember anything useful? Curse could hypothetically be useful in some situations, as I suppose could Hypnosis if we didn't have better sleep-inducing options. Yeah, the only good ones here are Curse and Nightshade, and I don't think we actually really need that, so we won't worry about it. Ethel, what about you? Oh, Recycle. That could actually be pretty good paired with a berry. Yeah, pair a berry with Recycle. I'll save that for a late game situation where I might potentially teach it Belch. Amanita. Growth isn't bad, but you're too slow to really sweep. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that you really need to learn. At some point, I'll make my way back here with all of my other Pokemon. But before I do that, we're actually going to go to a different area to train up, because there's one more thing we want to pick up. And also the wild Pokemon in this area are basically the same level we are. Okay. If we swing back to Cormarine City, we can take care of something that I meant to do during the time between streams. The TM quiz for the 4th TM this lady has. Prevents the target from using its held item, that would be Embargo. Now we'll drop Crobat back in the box. And we can hit the route just to the west of here and do some training. Hey Cindefe, welcome to the stream. We're just getting some of the Pokemon that we got last time up to the appropriate level. I should probably actually be leading with someone other than Leu. Yeah, let's put Lotta up front. Yeah, what's the nickname you gave him, Cindefe? Oh, dang. I forgot just how slow Lotta was. Okay, though, she's bulky as heck. You found a Unova Sunfisk in a max layer raid, okay. Mono Electric is a really fun run in that game, by the way. I've done it once. I don't think I was playing with hardcore rules. I might have been. Come on, Vada. Alright, Peeves, you're up. You named it Button. I'm not sure I actually get the pun that you're going for there. Oh, I forgot to wake up. You know, for a second there, I was thinking Galarian Stunfisk, because I tend to think of Unnovan Stunfisk as just Stunfisk. Oh, that's nice. I do like Stunfisk's design, actually. Like, he's derpy as heck, but... in such a good way. Actually, my first Nuzlocke of Galar, I used Galarian Stunfisk for a little while. Dang it, for a second there. Oh wait, no, that was Ethel, that wasn't. Coin, that's actually pretty cute, to be honest. I like that name for a female Stunfisk. Got any plans for... obviously you're coming up on the end game at this point, it sounds like. You got any plans for who you're going to bring into Leon? Yeah, Boltund is honestly absolutely, like, it's such a core member of a mono electric run in there. I'm assuming you got one with Strong Jaw. Yeah, it gives you such good access to useful coverage. You get Pseudo Stab on Crunch, on all of the elemental bites, all that crap. And on top of that, it has decent bulk for how fast it is. Like, not saying you can switch it into anything you want willy-nilly, but it has decent bulk. Yeah, Rotom is such a good pivot, especially the Levitate ability is so critical for pivoting with a mono-electric team. Same thing with Vikavolt. Levitate is like 80% of the reason it stands out. I'm curious what Rotom form you plan to take into Leon, because I know what I went with, but I feel like that was partly because I lost some Pokemon that could have given me certain coverage. Nice. Lotta is learning Sludge Bomb. Heck yeah. But yeah, Rotom is just ridiculously good. It frustrates me so much how late in the game you have to wait to get it. it might be earlier if you have the DLC, but I don't, and yeah, the only fight I think I could actually use Rotom in was the champion battle. Yeah. I took a grass Rotom in because it gave me my best answer into whatchamacallit, Seismitoad. Luxray named Shuriken. That's pretty sweet. Oh. Didn't mean to use that. It doesn't really matter, but as you've probably already noticed, I've still got Peeves as a Haunter. I haven't evolved him into a Gengar yet. I'll be honest, I don't really feel like I need to. Like, if I have some bad deaths or a particular strategy into the Elite Four... Ooh, knockoff or Night Slash? Hang on a sec, I need to check something. That's not what I'm looking for. You know what? I'm actually going to go ahead and drop knockoff, despite the fact that I deliberately put it on her using the move reminder. Just because no one in this game seems to carry held items, which is so weird. Yeah, honestly, naming themes are fun, but you gotta know when to break it too, because there's always going to be that one ridiculously appropriate time to break it, and you kind of just gotta go for it. Oh hey, another Horde Battle. Okay, so Peeves just hit level 43. We're gonna swap her out at least once she hits level 44. Might swap her out a bit earlier. You know what I'd actually love to use in Nuzlocke, but I've never really had a good chance to? Mimikyu. I really actually like the design of Mimikyu. I think it's a cool concept and a satisfying design. And I'd love to use it, but I don't think I've ever done... Yeah, I've never done a Ghost or Fairy Nuzlocke. And to be honest, none of the games that Mimikyu is in stand at the top of my list for either of those types. Yeah, Husk is a solid name for a Shedinja. So I'm curious, how do you play it when you're doing like a monotype challenge? and you have a Pokemon that evolves into the type of Pokemon that you need but doesn't start there. Because personally, I actually like to, in some runs, I'm willing to go ahead and let myself use those Pokemon, but in others I don't. I kind of bounce back and forth with it. Let's see. So yeah, it looks like Sully is at 42, 43, 44, 44, 43, 44. Yeah. Most of these need a couple of levels. Yeah, see, I think that tends to be the way a lot of people go. Because, like, when I was looking at a Mono Dark run, you actually go a while before picking up a Dark Pokemon, but you can pick up multiple Pokemon that evolve into a Dark Pokemon. And also, there are, I think, a pretty solid number of Pokemon that evolve into a Dark Pokemon but don't start there. Because I was looking at it for Pokemon Y. Yeah. There we go. Those couple of levels seem to be keeping us ahead in speed, at least of a decent number of Pokemon. What games are you thinking for those types, Cinderfay? Lada, please hit through it. Come on. So you've already mentioned that you have, is it Sword or Shield? I can't remember which one. I know you've got a Gen 7 game. Oh, you got both Sword and Shield. Quick. Lada is losing health faster than I'd like. I'm gonna need to be smart about how I play Lada in this. So I want to make use of her. She's such a cool Pokemon and one that I've wanted to use for ages. But yeah, I've never actually used her. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Items. Could I snag a black sludge from you real quick, Pendra? Yeah, honestly, that's one of the things I like about some of these later games, is the variety that they offer before the start of the first gym. And it's especially true in Pokemon Sword and Shield. Just because, like, I actually think that Sword and Shield is literally the only game where you can get an Ice-type Pokemon before the start of before the first gym. There's probably some game out there where you can get like a Shelder before the first gym. You know, it evolves into an Ice type, but... Actually, slight correction. I say, as I notice that I'm blurry. There is another Pokemon game where you can get, I believe, at least one of each type before the first gym. But the Pokemon game that I'm thinking of is Pokemon XD, which only has one gym. And it's about halfway through the game. So obviously that's a different situation. Yeah, Snorunt is such a nice starter. I am still sad that they didn't give Sobble the ghost type. It felt so fitting with how it turned invisible. But no. They decided not to give Sobble much of anything except depression. They did my boy dirty. Honestly, Drifloon would make for such a solid starter, though. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I genuinely think that Drifloon and Drifblim are two of the absolute best Pokemon that you can have in any Nuzlocke. They make so much pivoting possible in so many situations. I'm not actually sure when Leu evolves. I'm gonna check something real quick. Scroopy evolves at 40, okay. Ooh. Learns Crunch at level 45, though. I might hold off on the evolution. Because Drapion doesn't get Crunch until 49. Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna hold off on the evolution. Yeah, I think you told me about him. But yeah, no. The massive bulk on that thing, paired with easily one of the best defensive type combinations you can get a hold of, just insane. So Sully hit level 43. Luckily, once we get through Frost Cave, I think there's only one... Yeah, there's only one... There might be one required battle in the gym, and of course the required rival battle just before the gym. But luckily, we do have at least a decent bit of flexibility here. That's a fantastic name for a Litwick. Oh wow. I'm sorry, Tauros, you are too fast to make payback effective. Anita wants clear smog. We'll leave clear smog off for now. Okay, let's check you, Fungus. I'm pretty sure I want to wait for you to evolve. Yeah, waiting for you to evolve makes sure that you get Spore at level 50 as opposed to level 62. In fact, where is my Everstone? There, Fungus, you can wait nice and long to evolve. It's actually a horror film name. To be honest, even if it wasn't, it would be a fantastic name for a Litwick. I don't know, I'm not too up to date on horror films, to be honest. I just haven't gotten around to seeing many of them. I'm not a big movie person. I rarely go out of my way to see movies. It's more just like if my parents have something on while, or back when my siblings still lived with them, if my siblings had something on, I would watch that. But yeah, I honestly rarely go to check out well, any movie, to be honest. I was gonna say horror films, but really much of anything. It is a spread move. What do you know? Yeah, honestly, I haven't even seen some of the really classic horror movies like It. Gotta say though, at some point I really want to watch The Invisible Man, because from the previews, it actually looks like a really cool premise for a movie. I mean, when it works, it works. Like, honestly, it's a very fitting name for a balloon. You know, there's actually a shot close in the end credits scene of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, where they show like 3 Drifloons floating along in the sky. And I took a screenshot, and I really want to make a meme out of it. I just haven't gotten around to it. Just a meme of something along the lines of me and the boys off to drag children to the underworld. I'm gonna keep Surf over Hydro Pump. And you gotta admit, the creepy lore behind it really helps make Drifloon work. Hang on. I'm just gonna make my face disappear because I don't like how blurry it is. Crap, I'm paralyzed. You know, I should have had a fourth Pokemon on the team or a sixth Pokemon on the team this entire time. I don't know why I haven't. Oh well. I'll try and get everything up to 43. Oh, that's what you're referencing. I'll be honest, I haven't watched Hocus Pocus in a few years. So, solid reference, but like I said, I'm lousy at getting movie references and crap. Yeah, you know what? At some point I do need to look at what the opponents in Frost Cavern are actually carrying, because I remember that there are some decently strong trainers in there. And I don't actually know which ones I'll want to avoid and which ones I can or can't avoid. Honestly, that would have been a good one. Is Sanderson the character's name or the actress's name? I can't really remember. Leo, we are going to evolution cancel you. Because I want you to get Crunch before the next gym. That's what I thought, because they're the Sanderson sisters. I knew it was something with a ring to it like that, but I couldn't quite remember. Weird. I tend to remember like dozens of random trainers that I've fought once or twice in Pokemon games and things like that, and then forget other equally random details. And it's just, there's no rhyme or reason to it. Some things get remembered, some things don't, and I just kind of have to deal with that. Yeah, the other day I was on Discord and someone mentioned that they were fighting Minun with a ROM. They were fighting Minun in Pokemon X and Y, and I couldn't actually remember any Minuns that you have to fight in the game. The only one I could think of was an optional gym trainer in the Electric Gym. And honestly, they asked me if I thought I could remember, if I expected myself to remember every random trainer that I came across, and kinda, yeah, like, not that I actually care to, it just kinda happens. Oh hey, it's a Heracross, die. Big fan, big fan. Peeves, as nice of a move as Dark Pulse is, I don't think we really need it. I think Dazzling Gleam and Thunderbolt are better coverage options. With that said, we are going to go ahead now and swap Peeves for something that's below level 44. That is a really solid name for a Mimikyu. You know, one thing that I saw that would actually be, that I think would actually be a really solid move is the idea of giving Mimikyu a few regional variants where it impersonates different Pokemon other than Pikachu. And Cyndaquil, that name is adorable. I love it. And back to the Pokemon Center again. Let's actually switch Layu up front. She's not as bulky. I suppose I can fix that real quick. I've got Nuzlocke here. Okay, so I'll admit that it's kind of a dark nickname when you actually know the definition, but Ragamuffin sounds really cute, even if the definition isn't. Luckily, Layu has battle armor, which is obviously ideal for a Skorupi and a Nuzlocke. Get to bust out that quad effective X Scissor. Yeah, I'm probably gonna wind up sticking with Bug and Dark type coverage on Layu, just because I've got a lot of Poison type coverage on the team. We're gonna switch to Pendra so that we can flee, because I really don't want to risk a low roll. Yeah, it really could. Or just, you know, kind of gaslight yourself and just name your Mimikyu Pikachu. Just don't acknowledge that it's a disguise. It's just a Pikachu that's had a rough life. Just occurred to me, Sword Stance X Scissor is much safer than going for 2 X Scissors, strictly because of Bide. Yeah, don't bother learning Scary Face, and don't bother evolving yet. See, Leyu I'm actually willing to take all the way up to, level 45 right now. And then just play carefully around it, maybe leave it in the box during Frost Cavern. Nothing enjoys being cloaked in darkness. I love it. Oh, that is the perfect thought for a Mimikyu to have. Like, seriously. What can this thing actually do to me? Not much. Oh, I got a crit. I'll take it. It's one edgy muffin you got there. Dang it, paralysis. You know, if you ever tried playing Pixelmon, you could, since it's in Minecraft, if you caught a Mimikyu, you could name it McMuffin. Oh, Pendra is learning Toxic. No. And it looks like we're already heading back to the box. Honestly, the fact that this is one of the better locations to grind at this point in the game, but you have to take the monorail to use it, so annoying. Cinderfay, are you trying to get your Switch possessed by demons? 'Cause that's how you get your Switch possessed by demons. Oh, and Lada's at 44 now. You gotta admit, you can, like, can't you imagine that as like a fragment of a song that someone sings to the villain in a horror movie? Like, maybe that's just me. So I could have sworn that you weren't level 44 yet. I mean, maybe I'm the only one hearing that, but that genuinely sounds like something that could be sung to little baby horror movie main villain. Hey, I'm fully prepared to believe you that Muffin loves you. The demon that inhabits your system might not. I should show my face again. Nope, it's still blurry. Nope, I'm still blurry. Wanted to show my face to make it clear that I am largely joking about this. I just... If you could not paralyze, thank you. Leyu actually has a minus speed nature, so all things considered, especially since, as a dark type, Drapion is going to play more of a defensive role on my team. Like, the defensive utility just vastly exceeds the offensive need. I decided to train her in HP and attack rather than speed and attack. I do think it's kind of funny the level of, like, attachment we can develop to Pokemon while playing the game. Obviously, it does get a bit harder when you've played Pokemon enough that you can't quite keep track of everyone that you've ever used frequently, but now, if you could hop back into the box. Yeah, okay. Still just the Pokemon that are under level 44. We're probably going to keep going with Leyu until she's level 45. Just because of... Just because I want that Drapion with Crunch. And I don't see us actually using her in any serious battles unless she is a Drapion with Crunch. Oof. Ethel, if you would be so kind as to finish this thing off. I know you can. Yeah, I think it would be really cool to see a Mimikyu with, like a Galarian, or some sort of variant. Oh, did you ping me on Discord? Actually, if you want to drop an ! Discord in the chat, I've actually set up a Discord for people to talk about stuff. It'll be a place where I can check with viewers on, like, any particular challenges that I'm thinking of. See what y'all would prefer. So yeah, there's a memes channel that I'm sure other people would be happy to see some of those Mimikyu variants. It's like, okay, controversial opinion. There is a pretty wide disparity in the quality of shall I say, quote-unquote fan favorite Pokemon. And what I mean by that is there are some Pokemon that Nintendo has basically tried to force down our throats and just kind of screamed, these are fan favorite Pokemon. I think Lucario and Charizard are probably the big examples of that. Like, obviously there are people who genuinely like them, but then there's also been a lot of basically Charizard and Lucario propaganda. And they're the Pokemon that you can tell are Nintendo's favorites. And there are other Pokemon like that, but there are varying degrees to which I feel like the favoritism is deserved. And I honestly think that Mimikyu is one of those Pokemon, but I actually think its design and personality justifies the bit of favoritism. I just think it's actually a really cool concept. Okay, Leu, 2 more levels. And then, of course, there are the actual fan favorites, the ones that are strictly just certain Pokemon are actually loved by the fans. I think Flygon is probably the first one that comes to mind, where like Gen 3 rolled around and Game Freak Nintendo loved to hype Salamence, but everyone was like, no, look at Flygon, look at our boy here. He's a giant bug dragon and we love him. I'll be honest, I don't actually know if I've ever heard someone say that they dislike Flygon. Obviously, there are plenty of people who have other favorites, or who might even like Salamence more, but I don't know that I've ever heard anyone openly dislike Flygon. Yeah, I'll be sure to check it out. Yeah, I mean, Flygon has a really unique design that sets it apart. It's not just a dragon, it's something special. Yeah, sure, Garchomp is better mechanically. Who cares? not the only reason to like a Pokemon. I don't think anyone's ever argued that Flygon isn't weaker than Garchomp, but like, come on, Flygon has a top tier design. Garchomp does too, but I gotta give the edge to Flygon. There's just something special about it. Yeah, trying to find who asked. That's the thing, sometimes I feel like the Nuzlocke community has gotten a little bit away from its roots. And for so many people, it's strictly about making the game more challenging. If you look back to the original Nuzlocke comics and what Nick Franco has said about them, he wanted a Pokemon hard mode, but he was doing it for fun. And he found that it made for some really cool story situations. And that's why we have the Nuzlocke challenge, is because someone decided this challenge was enough fun to share with the internet. And that's an important thing for me. Like, obviously, this isn't the hardest Nuzlocke challenge I could have come up with. I'm playing one of the easier Pokemon games, and I have a really satisfying variety of, I have a really satisfying variety of types that allow me to cover basically all my weaknesses with at least one Pokemon on our team. But like, I wanted to do this run. I wanted to have a Dragalge, and I wanted to try and beat the first gym with a Beedrill, solo it with a Beedrill. Like, it's so heavily about finding the challenge that you would actually enjoy. 'Cause, yeah, honestly, so many things in this, I could just go ahead, suck all the fun out of the game, and play perfectly. But instead, I choose to just hang up. I choose to fly a little bit by the seat of my pants. Like, I haven't looked at the encounters for Frost Cavern. I haven't done calcs for the Lysander fight. I'm probably going to use a Mega Venusaur. Yeah, and Eevee. Fantastic Pokemon. Very cuddly and adorable. Pet the Eevee. Like, not every Pokemon has to be the ultimate. I mean, I'm proud that my favorite Pokemon is obviously the best Pokemon there is, because Umbreon clearly is the best Pokemon, and no one can tell me otherwise, but obviously everyone whose favorite isn't Umbreon has to accept that their favorite isn't the absolute best Pokemon. Sorry, I have to talk smack. Yeah. And like, honestly, favorite Generation 2 starter, in much the same vein, favorite Generation 2 starter for me is Chikorita. I'm not even memeing here. I think Chikorita is absolutely adorable, and I loved Ash's interactions with his Bayleaf in the anime. I like all of the Generation 2 evolutionary lines, and I think it was one of the best generations for middle stage evolutions for the starters, but I just want to cuddle with a Chikorita, man. Like, just let me pet the plant doggo. It's just a happy little thing. It's just happy to be there. I can't actually remember. Does Pachirisu get static as an ability option? Do you know? It hasn't come up, but that could just be luck. I remember in my water type only run, I made it to level 30 with my Frogadier. It had Scald most of the time and never once burned. Or wait, no, it was my Squirtle while I was playing Pokemon Let's Go. Yeah, who cares? Not every Pokemon has to be good. Like, that feels like such a weird thing to say, but... I'm excited any day that I have an excuse to use a Chikorita on my team. In fact, I think it was the first Pokemon. So, in, this is a little bit of Gen 3 trivia. Because actually the first Pokemon game, like normal, semi-normal Pokemon game that I played was actually Pokemon XD. Not even joking. I saw a copy of Pokemon XD in Walmart. I saw the cover and I was like, is that a black Lugia? That looks cool as heck. And I bought it and played it. And that was the first time I had actually played much of any Pokemon since Pokemon Stadium back on the N64 when I was like 6. And in Pokemon XD, there's an area called Mount Battle. It's mainly there to allow you someplace to grind for levels, because there aren't many trainers in the overworld, and there aren't really wild Pokemon for you to encounter. It's a very different Pokemon game. Anyway, the Mount Battle challenge is to go through all 100 floors of Mount Battle without ever swapping your team members out or exiting and coming back. And if you beat the Mount Battle challenge, which concludes with actually some really devastatingly hard battles, you get to pick one of the 3 Generation 2 starters that you get as a gift Pokemon. And they come free with one of the elemental Hyper Beams, you know, Frenzy Plant, Blast Burn, Hydro Cannon, or whatever the heck it is for water. And I'm fairly certain I actually chose Chikorita the first time I did it. Like, you get one of these per file. And I chose Chikorita. Because my little leaf puppy is just too adorable to leave behind. Alright, Leu. Time for you to learn Crunch. And we'll go ahead and let you evolve. And here we have Dark type number 2. And here I have water, because I realize I haven't drunk any water this entire stream. Okay. I actually have to call one thing out. It genuinely bugs me that the Let's Go games didn't have wild Pokemon battles, but that's just because it made normal, like, classic Nuzlocke nearly impossible. Because you have to catch Pokemon to grind. Obviously, it is hypothetically possible. Not long after the games came out, I remember seeing a video where someone went through and showed how it was hypothetically possible to do a classic Nuzlocke. But it just didn't sound appealing. That's why whenever I've considered trying a Let's Go Nuzlocke, I've allowed myself to catch additional Pokemon. I just have to transfer them to the professor. Because having to play so carefully with your experience and having to get lucky with so many first throw captures of like tiny Chansey to get enough XP to get your Pokemon up to speed, like, it just didn't sound fun to me, whereas I think the games are actually a pretty fun set of games. So yeah, it is possible. I just don't think that it's worth doing under the standard rule set. I would rather make a couple of adjustments to doing it. Other than that, honestly, I think the Let's Go games look pretty fun. I've never actually finished it. I've never beaten the Let's Go games. I keep starting them and forgetting to finish, but I think that's just because of the number of times I've played through Kanto. It's lost a little bit of the magic for me. One challenge that I've started twice, I think, but never, well, no, I've actually lost this challenge a few times, but one challenge I've somewhat attempted in two kind of clusters, you might say. Yeah, that's the same rule adjustment that I've made. But I think it would actually be really fun to play through Pokemon Let's Go as Team Rocket. Catching Pokemon that are historically associated with Team Rocket. Because honestly, most Pokemon that tend to be associated with Team Rocket grunts or one of the major admins, with the single exception, I think, of Houndoom, are available in Let's Go. That's actually pretty cool. I never really dug into how the candies worked. I always had a bit of a guess that it was, like, similar to Gen 1 Gen 1 style mechanics. Gen 1 had something similar to EVs, but weren't quite EVs. Nah. Like I said, I've never actually beaten the challenge. I've just attempted it a few times. I tend to get careless. That is a big challenge, I find. In games where I've played it a lot, it's a little bit tricky to actually make sure I play intelligently into a Nuzlocke, just because I tend to rush the early game in games that I'm familiar with. Especially with large encounter pools. I have a bad habit of having several good Pokemon on my team, and so I worry less and then lose something that I actually need. Okay, let's see now. Who to have on the team? Obviously Krogunk, even if we take it off the team, just for the purpose of flying. Let's add Poison Ivan onto the team. What? Yeah, that should be decent going into it. So, does the partner Eevee actually have, like, different stats than normal Eevee? I've never looked into it. I shouldn't admit how little I've concerned myself with things like that, but... Perfect IVs, that doesn't surprise me. Boosted base stat total. Should be able to avoid everything outside. Challenges once we get inside. Sorry, I'm doing some quick checks. Is it really just themed around its evolutions? I actually thought it got a move tutor option for every type. Yeah, I know about the unique moves. I thought it had one for every type, not just its evolution types. Which is still a little bit funny since I'm pretty sure you can't make it evolve. There's a sturdy sock. That's always annoying. I think we can avoid him, so let's be careful. Okay, so Team Flare Grunt has a Golbat and a main neck trick. Neither of those is even slightly frightening. And then the admin Team Flare Marble has a Houndoom. Honestly, nothing that Tentacruel can't handle. Okay. So, looking at it, I don't think there's too much to worry about. But we will probably swap the team up a little bit when we get out there, when we get to the town. So I don't know that Crobat actually plays a core role in this. Let's see here. You know what? No, we'll stick with that team. Oh, and what items? Okay, they've all got items. Love how I went through that whole thing to get ready for this, and then I'm going in with all Pokemon that I had before. Yeah, Amara is honestly a really cool Pokemon that I feel really got screwed over by the fact that they give the rock type to every fossil Pokemon. Let's see what's up here. Can't actually remember. Okay, I think this might actually be the right way to get access to it. One more thing I have to check, sorry. What items are hidden in here? Is there anything actually worth grabbing? TM71, but that requires Waterfall. Yeah, it always feels weird to me how awful rock is as a defensive typing, considering, you know, it's a rock. It's kind of a classically defensive thing. Ether, Elixir, Pearl. Yeah, apart from the Never Melt Ice. Yeah, it looks like the Never Melt Ice and the TM that we can't currently get are the only really good items in here. But hey, at least we get to do an ice puzzle. Ah, dang it. Yeah, it is really weird. Okay, this is the guy with the Relicanth. What does he have in the back? Rhydon. Piece of cake. Ivan, take care of this. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons, actually, apart from the near total lack of Ice-type Pokemon prior to in early game, the words. Apart from the almost total lack of accessible ice types early in Pokemon games, apart from Sword and Shield, the fact that you basically have to play ice offensively, despite the fact that they insist on adding defensive ice types every freaking generation, is one of the things that makes it so hard to do an ice type monolock. Okay. I had to make sure the experience share was turned off. And I believe if I slide back this way... Oh, nope, it's just an item. Well, that was a bit of a waste. I do like how you can slide diagonally here. It opens up some cool options. Oh crap. This is actually a fight that I really wanted to avoid. Because they have a Psychic type. Okay, luckily, hypothetically, Phil Bates heavily baits the Psychic type move from Grumpig. Oh, this was dumb on my part. So, if the AI makes the smart choice and goes for a Psychic move against Phil Bates, Mephi can soak it up. And this is why I never go anywhere without Mephi, without a Psychic, without a Dark-type Pokemon. Oh, this is actually terrifying. Surf and Night Slash into the Grumpig. Okay, going for Surf may have been unnecessary. This is actually really bad. Al, please finish that thing off. Hang in there, Mephi. No! I hate you so much. So stupid on me. I mean, yes, we have Drapion, but I really liked having two dark types. Especially since I was already worried I might lose one in the rival fight coming up. But once I fumbled my way into that stupid match, there was nothing I could do. looked through here, saw that there was literally one psychic type, said I needed to avoid it, and then proceeded to not do that. I'm sorry, Mephi, you deserve better. Alright, Crobat, fly us back to town. Mephi, may you find peace and a really toxic game of League of Legends from your place in the miasma beyond. We will remember you and carry your stinkiness and your toxicity into the remainder of the game. But we'll also take your item away. What's really dumb is that even with that situation, I should have been better prepared. I didn't even bother worrying about my team order, and that really screwed me over. Had I been playing smart, I would have been leading with Poison Ivan, which could have at least gotten off a sleep powder on the first turn. Well, crap happens. And dumb choices happen. And there's nothing to do but keep going. We can still win this run, and I believe that we will. We just have to make the rest of it count. It happens. Okay, so there's a fighting type trainer up there. But he can't see me coming in right away. So if I'm careful. Oof.
Bruce_Potter 1234.
Bruce Potter, welcome to the stream and thanks for the follow. You actually really startled me with the alert, because it happened at the exact same time as I wandered into this battle. Luckily, while Sock is normally a pretty terrifying opponent, I don't actually think it'll be too much trouble here, since, first of all, I can get off a fairly accurate sleep powder. Really? Fine, I can get off a fully accurate Leech Seed thanks to Zoom Lens. But yeah, welcome to the stream, Bruce Potter. How's it going? And then I can switch into Desi, which can take care of basically any fighting type without linking. Yeah, even with the poison jab crit, there was nothing really dangerous about that switch in. Jeez, I am just hitting all of the optional trainers here. Good job, Desi. And Ivan. You know what? Yes, we will go ahead and have you learn Synthesis now, since we've got another Pokemon with Sweet Scent. This was your first Pokemon game? That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a fun one. I like the variety of encounters it offers for Nuzlocke. Allows for some nice strategizing. It'll never be the hardest Pokemon game, but it's not really that big of a deal in my opinion. And it does have some significant challenges for us as poison types. Where are my citrus berries? Especially the Steel type Elite Four. I expect him to be pretty difficult, and of course, the champion has a Gardevoir. Yeah, exactly, Bruce. I've never honestly had much of an issue with Pokemon games not being challenging because, I mean, it is a kid's game. Like, we come up with these challenge runs for fun. Hey. They weren't really designed to be challenging, and it's actually, in my opinion, a really satisfying thing to be able to come up with a challenge that makes a Pokemon game more difficult. Okay, yeah, I have healed them up. Yeah. And there are so many ways to make Pokemon games harder. The Nuzlocke is kind of the standardized option, but there are other options too. I think this is actually... Yeah, I think that's one of the only places where I think you actually need to use diagonal movement on ice. And here we go. Okay. Important thing. We want to avoid that hiker up there. We don't want to avoid this lady down here because she heals us. But yeah. I find this to be a really fun game for some Nuzlocke. I'm trying not to overdo it. Like, I think I know what the next Nuzlocke that I want to do whenever I wind up doing it is. Oh no, it's a psychic type. Okay. Leyu, if you wouldn't mind coming in. Yeah, I think I know what the next Nuzlocke I'd like to do at some point is. Because I think it would actually be really fun to try Pokemon Platinum using only fighting types. There are some really cool and iconic fighting types like Heracross in the game. Okay, I've got the wide lens, not the zoom lens. Okay, good. I thought we could get past this guy. But yeah, I really love the design of Heracross, and I've never actually had a good opportunity to use a Gallade, so that'll be cool. Metacham is a Gen 3 classic, and just a bit of a standing favorite among, like, oh. Oh, definitely not. For example, there are some definitely difficult fights in a Platinum-only Nuzlocke. Or in a fighting type only Nuzlocke of Platinum. That's part of what appeals to me. I think it'll be genuinely difficult. There are a lot of strong flying types that you wind up encountering. Some really good, ghost types, and obviously the hardest member of the Elite Four by a really big margin specializes in psychic types, which will of course make it the second run in a row that I do where psychic types are a big problem, but you know. This plot. See, I genuinely couldn't care less about the plot of the Team Flare process, but surprisingly some of the fights are actually pretty challenging. Like, I'm pretty sure this Golbat has acrobatics, which already makes it a relatively scary Pokemon. Yeah. So much of the fun of Nuzlocke is literally just coming up with ways to use the Pokemon you have access to and find ways to make them viable. In my height lock of Pokemon Y, which was a Nuzlocke where I only used Pokemon 2 feet tall or shorter, I had to sweep Lysander with a Chimecho. It was my best option. And I gotta tell you, it felt frickin' sweet. Probably should have actually gone into Al instead of Desi. So I don't know if... Cindefe, I don't know if you've been here for many of the encounters apart from the recent ones, but all of my Pokemon I've tried to name after poisonous stuff. So like Desmodus is one part of the name of... It's one part of the scientific name for the vampire bat. So I've been giving my Pokemon all these scientific names, except Poison Ivy, obviously. Unless we want to call that a scientific name too, because we can. But yeah, like Desi is named after the scientific name for a vampire bat. Phil Bates, the Krogunk, is named after his name comes from the poison dart frog. Stuff like that. Sword and Shield, but only turtles. There are some fun turtles in Pokemon. I always forget that Grass Knot is technically a contact move. Yeah, Raihan is a terrifying challenge into it for Mono Electric. I mean, his ground types admittedly don't come with much ground type coverage. I think Flygon doesn't actually learn a ground type move, but yeah, I don't have a Cherry Berry, so let's pop a Lum Berry on there, and then we'll heal up Sully with an Oran Berry. A couple of them. Yeah, Raihan is terrifying for a Mono Electric team. I know that it gets Earthquake, but I don't think Raihan's Flygon carries Earthquake. I don't think it carries any ground moves. Which actually makes it the safest Pokemon for your team to be in against. Funnily enough. Luckily, the next fight is with this lady, and she just has a Houndoom. So we're just gonna go ahead and knock it out with Surf. Oh, I'm so glad we finally have Al. And as frustrating as it is that we lost Mephi in that random double battle, and that genuinely was, like, I am seriously ticked off. But despite that, it was definitely better to lose Mephi there than to lose Al here. Because we had alternative options for the coverage that Mephi provides, but not so much for Al. Oh, you included Shuckle as a turtle Pokemon? I've never actually been sure what Shuckle is supposed to be, so I can't actually argue with you there. But yeah, no, Shuckle is insane. You'll find that I reference my Height Lock a lot because it was definitely my favorite Nuzlocke challenge that I've done. With that said, Shuckle was the #1 reason I was able to make it through the X and Y Elite Four in my Height Lock. Why not? Let's grab the Abomasite that it's about to give us. And now I'm sure we've got an escape rope in here somewhere so that I don't have to teach anything. Dig. Yeah, there we go. We'll probably come back. We'll come back at some point to get the Nevermelt Ice and the 1 TM that we can't get right now, but that's it for Frost Cavern right now. See, actually, Bruce, I would say that that is not Shuckle's best strategy. Hear me out. Superior to Power Swap is Power Split. Strictly in the main game. Obviously, I would never use it competitively. But in the normal game, when your opponent won't switch out, making use of Power Split gives you a strategy that makes basically any Pokemon setup fodder And they can't crit through it. It is impossible to crit through the stat drops due to power split, because you're changing the base stat, not adding a modifier. Which means, kind of like Burn, it makes for extremely reliable setup strats. Okay, we have to get through the next route. Who to bring? Who is actually on the next route? Yeah, I fell in love with power split strats with Shuckle. Just because Shuckle, especially with like a resist berry if you need it, Shuckle can take any move once. Even without Sturdy, Shuckle has the defenses to take practically anything once. So, being able to make use of power split to nerf the opponent, and then I actually would then switch over to my Eviolite Drifloon and use it for setup strats. With all that together, the Elite Four turned into an absolute cakewalk. Even the ones that I was genuinely terrified of. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Why am I not in speed up mode? Alright, let's use the Mamoswine. Do we have someone... Yeah, we have someone moderately fast up front. Desi, would you mind coming in here? I want those berries. Oh, come on. It's just an Oranberry. I should have checked. Yeah, Burn with Reflect is a pretty solid way to set up. But something I discovered while preparing for this, literally like 80% of the Elite Four in this game is special attackers, including all of their leads. Which made burn-based setup strats completely impossible. And I don't actually think I had anything that had access to Reflect. Is Peony one of the people in Sun and Moon? So I'm not up to date with the trial captains or whatever that game has. Those games have. And what? Let's put Desi up front. Thanks for the lift, Mamoswine. Yeah, for some reason, Pokemon... AI in Pokemon games just can't get enough of speed control. repeat balls, so something completely useless. Okay. See, I respect that. I always go for the shinies, even if I can't use them. Like, actually, here, let me show you what happened. Like, the second day of this challenge, first encounter of the day. Yeah, meet Glitter. Meet Glitter the Bunnelby. Full odds shiny, just randomly as I was wandering around. And considering how few shinies I've ever gotten, like, jeez. And it is genuinely, I think, a really cool shiny. Okay. Now for the real challenge. What is Callum packing into this fight? Because that's the bit that I'm scared of. So in the past, I was just setting up on Meowstic because it legitimately can't touch Stunky. It's a bit scarier now when I'm not sure if I can outspeed Delphox. I wonder... Desi. We're gonna go back to this town, pop in with the move relearner, and check something. Leyu, can you learn like Iron Defense or anything? You can learn the Elemental Fangs, but that doesn't help right now. Oh, wait. That might actually be the way to go. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Okay. Hear me out. Callum leads with a Meowstic. And from what I remember, I'll double check the Bulbapedia page real quick. Pokeball Factor, and Star City. Here we go. Yeah, so Meowstic has Fake Out, Psychic, Disarming Voice, and Shadow Ball. And it was always the plan to set up with Mephi, because Mephi could outspeed pretty much whatever was in the back. Unfortunately, Leyu has a minus speed nature, and I've pumped her full of HP and attack IVs, so she isn't really likely to outspeed much of anything, especially not the opponent's Delphox, and I should take Violite away from her now that I'm thinking about it. But it also means that Meowstic is totally free setup fodder, and the AI, to the best of my knowledge, doesn't have the brains to switch. So what if I went ahead especially since it has a good matchup into everything. give her a black sludge, which I have many of from mugging a bunch of Krogunk. But yeah, we'll give her a black sludge, and I'll actually go ahead and teach her sword stance as well. This is on the off chance that my opponent does somehow have the brains to switch. I hate to replace Toxic Spikes, but we've got plenty of heart scales. And we can always farm Love Disc a bit more for some of them later on. Yeah. Okay, I think I've actually got a decent strategy. And I don't even think we have to get close to the level cap for it. We should be able to do it at current level. Okay. So, if we add... The main strategy is just going to be going in with Desi, setting up with acupressure while Black Sludge keeps us healthy, and then going crazy. And if we can manage to pick up a speed boost early on with acupressure, then we can switch to Sword Stance, pick one of those up, and I have no worries at that point. But we want backups to be sure we can play it smart. So... yes. Toxicroak can revenge kill the Delphox with Sucker Punch. Especially since it only has attacking moves. It only has Flamethrower and Psychic. If it's at low enough health anyway. Peeves can probably actually outspeed the Delphox. There's at least a decent chance. Venusaur could help against the Jolteon in case I need to switch out before it comes out. Ideally, my opponent will go into Delphox right away so that I can get that taken care of, but that's actually pretty unlikely since I'll be using a Dark type. Sully is a solid physical tank and can handle the Absol even if I have to switch out in front of it. And Fungus can die if I need it to. To answer your question, Bruce Potter, yes, I am bringing that Fungus strictly for the purpose of sending it to its death if I have to. You know what, I won't buy any of those right now. I don't think I need any of them off the top of my head. Yeah, Fungus is easily our most sacrificable Pokemon right now because, quite frankly, we have... oh yay, we got Hidden Power too. That's nice. Let's see, anything with a useful hidden power? What about Peeves? Ground, huh? It's not bad, actually. We don't have any other special ground coverage. Sully... also ground. Ivan. Water. That could be useful for, like, a surprise into a fire type or something. Amanita. Ice. That's actually a really good hidden power type for a grass type Pokemon. Oh well. Anyway. Yeah, Fungus is definitely our most easily sacrificable Pokemon right now. Just because we have two other really solid poison grass types in Roserade and Venusaur. I don't have any plans to actually sacrifice it, but if the situation comes up, if I need a sacrifice, I will do so. The nice thing about this setup strat, though, is that honestly, hang on, sorry. I don't actually even know if I have any Pokemon level 5 or under in the PC. I think Bunnelby is probably my lowest Pokemon. First of all, I don't think it's below level 5. Second, I'm not giving him glitter. I don't actually have any idea what that guy gives you for giving him a level 5 Pokemon, for basically giving him his starter. But, yeah. Oh hey! It's the sundial. I remember it looking different. But yeah. Wow, you can't cross far enough away that it doesn't trigger the battle. Maybe you're right. Who remembers colors anyway? Okay, so obviously we're gonna get flinched turn 1. But that'll get restored. Why is it hailing here? I didn't actually realize that there was weather in town. Oh, that was speed. Yep, we outspeed now. Okay. We've won the match. I'm like 90% sure we sweep everything in the back now. Jolteon might be able to take one hit. But that's it. Oh hey, thank you for switching straight into your Delphox to be one shot by my boosted dark type. Yeah, let's keep going with Crunch. Yeah, mono water runs are fun. They're never going to be the hardest Nuzlockes. I'd put them pretty much on par with mono flying. They tend to be relatively easy. Except in games where you don't get a water ground type. But, like, they're still really satisfying. Especially because you get a really fun variety of Pokemon. There are a lot of cool water types. And it gives you an excuse to use Tentacruel, never a bad thing. Yeah, that sounds about right. Hi, Scrafty. Azumarill uses Play Rough. Bye, Scrafty. I wonder, did you have an accuracy boosting item, or did you have to kind of just deal with 90% accuracy on Play Rough? Okay, let's see here. Yeah, you know, I actually really like how, of course you didn't use Milotic. No one uses Milotic. It's a good Pokemon, but it's not even close to good enough to justify how hard it is to get. Not when you can find so many water types that do basically the same thing. Like, I would, even without the difficulty of finding it, I would take Vaporeon over Milotic every day of the week. Okay, we're going to go in here, and I'm going to make sure Yeah, so I think this trainer is actually the only required trainer in the gym. I think all of the rest we can see and carefully walk around. Yeah, let's go ahead, clear out the dangerous people in the gym. We'll clear him, and I don't think there are any spinners, but if there are, we'll take them out too. Okay. Let's see, what does this show us? Okay, so that was the first guy. There's someone over there. Okay. Oh, Obstagoon. Galarian Zigzagoon I absolutely love, if for no other reason than I think its shiny is just glorious. Definitely my favorite shiny introduced in Galar. But yeah, I like how Piers actually encourages you to bring bug-type coverage. Ooh. Okay. There's a psychic type. There's a trainer we can avoid. Dead end. Which means it has to be this way. Drop down. Drop down. You. But yeah, encouraging you to use bug types I feel is really satisfying, especially because there are so many cool and genuinely good bug types in the game now, where once upon a time it was pretty much a throwaway type. Okay. There's the gym leader. We're gonna do some grinding before we actually fight her. I just wanted to make sure we could get to her. Like, I wanted to make sure we cleared any battles with her before we did, so that we could get up to the level cap. Now see, the nice thing is, I think we're actually pretty safe to use more or less the same strategy that we used into Serena. Or, not Serena, Callum. Serena just sticks in my head more from these games. I tend to forget that Callum exists, even when I'm playing as the Serena character, who in this run her name is Chlora. Well, her actual name is Chloroform, but her nickname is Chlora. Okay, now let's go ahead. Yeah. It is funny because Piers can be a genuinely dangerous opponent depending on the gym. Like, Malamar is a very threatening Pokemon. Skuntank has a strong defensive typing, and Obstagoon absolutely refuses to die in one hit to a fighting type move. And yes, I have been burned by that before in Nuzlocke. I mean, what? I totally didn't lose my Dracozolt in an attempt to low kick that thing. Yeah, none of the dumb there. No. Don't worry, clearly not. I don't think I'll bother getting Fungus or Garbodor up to the level cap for the moment. They're just not really the priority. In fact, these are probably already the Pokemon that I'm going to bring into the gym, but... Oh, no, I'm already here. Let's do some quick training. Now, Leyu, if you wouldn't mind absolutely massacring this. Oh, wow. Oh, that defensive investment. Yeah, it's bulky as heck. And, like, that's the thing. Everyone wants to use a fighting type move into it, but if it's a physical fighting type move, it's actually a terrible plan because it knows what you're going to do and it will click counter and murder one of your best Pokemon. Hold up a sec. Oh well. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and give Pendra... Actually, hold up. Between streams, I did some grinding for berries, and now I have a nice supply of Paiapa berries to help protect my team from any untoward situations. Yeah, see, that's the thing, though. I thought that same thing too, Cinderfay, and then it proceeded to not be dead, and it proceeded to counter me. Okay, you know what? I'm actually going to switch who I'm leading with immediately. Lotta, you take the lead. If I run into, Horde, at least then I can deal with it. Let's also go down into the tall grass. Oh yeah, we can actually bike in the tall grass here. Why do I keep encountering Fungus? Come on, give me something that's actually worth some experience. And no, that doesn't qualify. Okay, that's actually worth some experience. Let's go. Let's go for that. If I'm lucky, I might even see some trees in the background. Yeah. Maybe if I depopulate the Pumpkaboo. I'll I'll be able to... It's going to restore a lot, actually. Yeah. It may wind up being better to go and train somewhere else. Yeah, you know what? I think Frost Cavern might make a better training ground. All right. Yeah, see, now we're actually seeing stuff that's worth experience. And I'm immediately realizing that I forgot to switch out my dragon type. And I can't wait till I pick up the TM for Brick Break. Blastoise, Shuckle, Torkoal, Torterra, and Spirit. Caracosta. And Dreadnought. You listed Torterra. Ah, you meant Turtonator. I probably should have read both messages and actually put together what they meant. As much as I'd like to gamble on this being a safe one-shot with Sucker Punch, I'm trying not to be quite that dumb. I mean, I've already proven that I can in fact be dumb in this very cave, but, you know, gonna try and moderate how dumb I actually managed to pull off. Okay. Curious, actually. I wonder if my camera has decided to be... Oh, hey! It's decided to unblur. I still don't know why it keeps going blurry randomly. Maybe I need an update or something. I think the Haunters in this cave actually only have offensive moves, so that's kind of nice. Saves some time. Makes Sucker Punch reliable. Which is nice, because they're good for XP. Oh, it's a pile of swine. Thing it doesn't have any ground-type moves. I actually think the only ground-type move Pile of Swine learns by level up is like Mud Slap or something. They did the Ice Pig dirty with his move set in, especially in early games with his level up move set. A fantastic typing that it can't make use of, that it couldn't originally make use of because ice was special. And then they proceeded to not give it a ground type stab by level up. Not give it a worthwhile one. I'm glad they started to not give I'm glad they started to give Pokemon genuinely viable movesets. Like level up movesets at a certain point, because I honestly never really felt like having everything have a super limited moveset and having to get so many of its best moves through egg moves or single-use TMs. I honestly never found that really enjoyable. You sent over a Ditto. Ah yes, my favorite turtle. Ditto is always my favorite turtle. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Challenge runs that force you to... One of the main reasons the Nuzlocke challenge was created was because the guy who made it wanted a challenge that might force him to use Pokemon that he wouldn't normally use. And that's always one of the appeals in challenge runs in general and Nuzlocke specifically, is that you find yourself in situations where you're going to use Nuzlockes that you'd never have a good chance of using otherwise. Eternatus versus Mimikyu, not even a fight. Mimikyu is clearly the stronger Pokemon. It's gonna vomit its guts all over that thing and just nothing can stand against that. Okay, Desi, if you wouldn't mind flying us back to town. But yeah, honestly, I'm still mind blown by by the fact that... Oh no, I genuinely believe you. I'm guessing did you use soak-based strats, like soak into toxic to wear it down, or did you rely on like an innards out play? Or something else that I'm not thinking of. I suppose you might have just gone with mirror coat. Wait, Run. Yeah, I'm still not sure how to pronounce that thing's name, but the sea cucumber's defenses are actually really solid. Yeah, see, so many of the turtle Pokemon are so cool. Okay. Oh. I just realized I had almost over-leveled Drapion. That would have actually ended the run, almost 100%. Yeah. Ollie, you come on the team real quick. Yeah, let's see how close I was to over-leveling Drapion, because I didn't realize. Okay, it was just past level 47. That's good. Mimikyu. Muku. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep calling it the sea cucumber if that's fine, because that's more brain power than I'm prepared to put into pronouncing that Pokemon's name. Nothing against it, I actually like its design, and I think sea cucumbers are seriously cool, but yeah, I'm not prepared to put that much effort into pronouncing a name. So in the chat, what are y'all thinking about what we've seen of Gen 9 so far? Unless anyone's avoiding spoilers, in which case speak now and we can move on from that. We can shy away from that topic. Seriously? Al, how are you not one-shotting that thing? See, I gotta be honest. I like most of what I've seen, but those two Pokemon in armor that they debuted recently, I actually really don't like the look of them. Like, obviously everyone's free to like the Pokemon that they do. I'm just saying that to me they feel more like Digimon. And I'm not against Digimon. I can genuinely say that Digimon Tamers is one of my favorite shows and absolutely worth the few times that I've rewatched it since I was a kid. But I really feel like those two Pokemon that are just basically a person in armor have more of a Digimon feel to them. And that kind of bugs me. That said, I decided on Scarlet pretty fast once I saw Koraidon and Miraidon. I really love the look of Koraidon, and I'm really not a fan of the look of Miraidon. I'm iffy on Bisharp simply because I saw Poniard first, and Poniard did actually feel like a satisfying design for me. And I'm not claiming to be 100% objective. Like, honestly, I like Pokemon Violet, but... Or, what am I saying? I like Bisharp. I got words crossed in my head. I like Bisharp, but at the same time, I can't actually argue that it isn't kind of a Digimonish Pokemon. That wasn't the first thing that came to mind when I first saw it, the way it was for the two newer Pokemon, but I can't deny that it's the case. And Cyndaquil, I realize that so many people are obsessed with Turo, but I mean, Saida exists, so... Yeah, the art for the legendaries. I love how part of what draws me to... I flew all the way back there and didn't drop off Desi. So now I have to do so again. Part of what draws me to Koraidon is the animations that they showed for them moving in the overworld. I love how animated Koraidon is. Like, Miraidon it's just a motorcycle. But Koraidon is a steed. You get to ride a giant lizard, not a giant motorcycle patterned after a lizard. Or I guess not a motorcycle patterned after a giant lizard. Yeah. I do like the two different professors thing, actually. I think that's a cool trick. I can't recall if they've ever done that before, but I like it. I think it's a cool change between the two generations. Not really something that's actually impactful into the game, even, just... I think it's kind of neat. It makes them a little bit more distinct. Oh, I'm choosing Fuecoco, which is weird for me because I never favor the fire starter. Like, literally. 8 generations of Pokemon, and the fire starter is my favorite in none of them. Until now, because I saw Fuecoco and he's just so derpy and he looks so huggable. I just want to squish him. Like, he embodies the no thoughts, head empty vibe, and like I can relate to that, you know? Because I'm extremely confident that that little crocodile has never had a thought in his life. It's so much derpiness, and I love it. Also, on a slightly more serious note, and I might upset some people here, but I feel like Fuecoco has the most original design. Because, and I'm not even exaggerating here, I'm not exaggerating here. When I saw Sprigatito for the first time, I genuinely thought it was a Meowth variant. I thought it was Paldean Meowth. And meanwhile, Quaxly, while obviously superior to Ducklet in every single possible way, is kinda just Ducklet with a hat. The hat makes it, don't get me wrong. I actually really like Quaxly's design and like its stern little personality. Oh. It light screened up to counter my acid spray. Yeah. Hey, I respect Quaxly. I don't fully understand the internet's hype over Fuecoco, even if it is a good design. It's just the internet being insane about cats. Which is a bandwagon that I've never really jumped on. Like, cats are fun, they're fluffy, they're soft. I'm no more excited about them than dogs, so... or just about anything else. But yeah, I really don't think they're going the firefighting route for Fuecoco. It doesn't seem fitting. I mean, they could pull an Incineroar, but if I had to take a guess... and y'all may think this is kind of dumb, but I could actually see them... One thing that I think could be really cool, and that I think they may have set up effectively in this generation, is the starter Pokemon evolving into gaining other starters' types. Because obviously Fuecoco is a crocodile, so it could hypothetically gain a water type. Quaxly is clearly meant to be the Sprigatito is a grass type, and obviously plants have a big connection to the sun. If it evolves into some kind of sunflower, it could be a fire type. And Quaxly is clearly meant to be the captain of a ship. Ships have cannons. Obviously I'm stretching it here, but they could make a justification for Quaxly getting... sorry. No, if it was going that spiral, Quaxly would need to gain a grass type. I don't know how they would possibly justify that, but it would be cool to see. In a more realistic tone, if I had to guess with Fuecoco, I would guess either Fire Poison, Fire Ground, or just straight Fire. They might pull a Gen 8 again and not give them secondary typings, which I actually thought was a good call. Nothing wrong with Meowth variant to Sunflora knockoff. I don't know if it's possible to be a knockoff of Sunflora. Because Sunflora, again, it's a Pokemon that has a really, a genuinely good design, but it's a very Walmart brand Pokemon. Yeah, I've seen the fan art of Sprigatito's evolution. There's actually some really good fan art for it. Like, kind of a grass-type lion. I actually really liked what I saw. Oh yeah, I have heard the fire ghost theory, especially since it's based on a pepper. It could be argued that it's based on a ghost pepper. That is a possibility, and I would be totally down for that, actually. Just stop giving me the jinx. I'm just gonna keep running away if you do. Like, that's the only way this ends. Oh yeah, okay, y'all are gonna look down on me for admitting this, but I haven't actually played Legends Arceus. I should, and I want to. I just haven't gotten around to buying it. I think when I eventually do, I'm going to have to play, whatchamacallit. Outen, or the owl guy, as my starter. The one whose name I can't remember because I haven't played Sun and Moon either. I also want to play Sun and Moon at some point. Rowlet. Is Outen like its evolved form or something, or am I just absolutely going crazy? I mean, Cinderfay, that just sounds kind of appealing, actually. Because Breath of the Wild is an amazing game. It's not my favorite Legend of Zelda game, because Majora's Mask will always hold a very special place in my heart, but it's an amazing game. You know what? Heck yeah, forget Venoshock, learn Hex. I don't know if y'all have noticed this, especially in, well, with monotype runs. I've found that very frequently I have Pokemon that go without stab move. Or if they've got dual typing, they'll only have a stab for the one type that they don't share with everything on the team. I just find that it's not that necessary. Like, we've got a team of all poison types. We don't need poison coverage on all of them. One or two will do in most situations. Rowlet, Dartwix, Decidueye. I think you got Decidueye right, actually. Yeah. Oh, wait. I keep doing this. I keep going back to put a Pokemon in the PC because it's hit the level cap and I don't want to over-level. And then I heal and don't put the Pokemon in the PC. Alright. We'll put Pendra up front. Oh. See, now we've got a super effective stab move on a fast attacker to deal with all the jinx that keep coming up. So we probably won't actually be leading Pendra for very long because she's gonna gain experience pretty fast. That should speed up the whole process at least. Yeah. Y'all may have noticed the Hoenn music in the background. I'm I'm a Gen 3 kid. As I mentioned, XD was my first game, and Pokemon Emerald was my first main series game. So yeah, I vibe pretty hard to Hoenn music. Nothing really brings the nostalgia quite like it. Alright, Cinderfay, thanks for hanging out. Get some good sleep. I'm sorry I didn't make it to the gym quite as fast as I was expecting. But yeah, thanks for stopping in. Have a good night. Hope you can join next time. I don't really think we need Venom Drench. You know, really didn't think that grinding was going to take this long since we've got access to some decent areas, but I suppose the fact that I had to start the stream with grinding to get some Pokemon up to level doesn't exactly help. Oh, Maculata grew to 47. I think I'm going to push a little bit further just because I'm pretty sure, yeah, Peeves is going to hit 47 as well pretty quick here. I don't know why I always pronounce Maculata's full name. It's Lada. I have the nicknames straight in my head. Yeah. Scolipede really got the star treatment among bug poison types. Like they really said, we're going to do the exact same theme as Beedrill, but then we're just gonna make it like 9 times as powerful. So we're gonna put you up front. Of course, in non-tournament formats, Baton Pass is banned, and most tournament formats take place in double battles these days, so that does make it a little bit tricky to take advantage of Scolipede, but still a really cool Pokemon. You know, the number one thing that I would say the Let's Go games did right is giving you the ability to ride on literally any of your Pokemon. And I would love to see that in, well, not literally any of your Pokemon, but so many different Pokemon. I loved the riding mechanic. I genuinely think it's the best thing about those games. And I would love to see a game where you could, like, hop on your Scolipede and ride it. I don't know, maybe it's possible in Legends Arceus for all I'm aware. Yeah, riding on Snorlax was just hilarious. Oh, I meant to switch to Ollie, not Ivan. I even grass knot the crap out of this guy. Yeah, the fact that you just, like, jumped onto Snorlax's chonk, held on. With that said, there is something so stinking satisfying about riding on a Rapidash or a, Arcanine. Yeah, that is a pity, because honestly, like, I get it. It would be a massive amount of work to have riding animations for every Pokemon, but legitimately, if they had to delay a Pokemon game for like 2 years, but implemented riding animations for most of the Pokemon, wouldn't even question it. Take 2 years and let us ride every Pokemon that's big enough and has appropriate proportions. And I would pay through the nose for a game like that and play the living crap out of it. Yeah, all reasonable Pokemon. Obviously there are Pokemon that you can't ride on. You shouldn't ride on a Tentacool, no matter the fact that it has the ability to learn Surf. I think I have to switch who's up front. Sully really isn't suited for picking up the experience that we need here. But yeah, like, large quadruped Pokemon or flying Pokemon and a few bipedal Pokemon, all of those could legitimately be riding options, and it would be so much fun to have those options. Could you not swagger us? Ethel, come on out. Oh. Yeah, Ethel has the ability Stench. Can flinch. Is Poison Ivy getting close? No, not really. Alright, Ollie will take you back. But yeah, there are so many Pokemon that would just be an absolute blast to get to ride on. Oh, welcome back. Yeah, internet issues happen, it's okay. I don't think I've said anything especially interesting there. Just agreeing with what you were saying about all reasonable Pokemon. I can't remember, can you ride on Rhydon in the Let's Go games? Do you know off the top of your head? I actually can't recall. But if you can't, that really feels like it should be illegal. To have a game where you can ride on Pokemon and not be able to ride on Rhydon. Oh. That was almost really bad. Yeah, Phoebe here is our starter from this run. She is an absolute titan who busted through the first gym by herself, something that next to nothing early game can do, and we have largely given her safe retirement in the box since like a little before the third gym, I think, because she's served her part in that run, and she deserves a good rest. Yeah, I really only bring Phoebe out of the box these days at this point in the run just to have... Yeah, box access anywhere is nice. Slowly, we're not going to have you learn Belch right now, but we might eventually. Yeah, I only really add Phoebe to the party these days when I'm grinding for levels, and I've gotten most of my Pokemon up to level so that there's room. Because damage-wise, she's fallen behind a little bit. And I would really hate to lose it. I mean, I'll be honest, I'll give you a bit of a debate on that one. Being able to pull out a 120 base power move, like stab move on a Poison-type Pokemon, is actually pretty nice. And in-game, you can make use of options like Sub-Salic to trigger it for setup strats. It can actually be pretty devastating. If Poison wasn't such a rough offensive type, it would be a lot better than it is. The main issue that you actually encounter with Belch is the need to, in most situations, run a separate stab move to make use of it. And it is incredibly niche. You can't just take it into any battle, but there are situations where it can be effective. I actually used it on my Toxtricity at one point in my Mono Electric run because there was a KO that I was worried about picking up. You can ride on, but you are just holding onto its head for dear life with an Eevee on its shoulder. Oh, that's glorious. I love it. I can picture that too. Oof. You know, one thing that I don't feel gets much comment about these games, but that I actually really like, I'm a big fan of how they handled berry farming in this game. Like, the means of obtaining berries are a little bit awkward sometimes, and I wish the number of moves that could break background objects was a little bigger, because it can be annoying to gain access to some berries, but I really like the berry fields as a location, and I feel like it makes it possible for you to accrue a large supply of berries pretty quick, which is nice. Yeah, I've seen the full list of Pokemon you can ride at some point, but I don't know a lot of them off the top of my head. Off the top of my head, there's obviously Arcanine, Rapidash, Onix, Haunter is a bit of a funny one, Charizard, Aerodactyl, oh, you already mentioned Rhydon, obviously. Yeah, I think it's because Haunter floats while Gengar by that point kind of just walks. If I had to take a guess as to why you can't ride Gengar, they've sadly kind of scrapped Gengar flying in more recent games. You can only ride Starmie on land? That's a bit weird. Oh, Gyarados is another one that you can ride. Actually, in one time playing, in one instance of playing Let's Go, I got a Gyarados pretty early on, and so I decided to try my luck with attempting to ride it out over the water in Pallet Town, but they wouldn't let me. There's actually an NPC there that stands there and stops you from riding your Gyarados out across the ocean. Aerodactyl was definitely a satisfying one to ride. Yeah, Rhyhorn kind of makes sense. And I mean, they've talked about Rhyhorn races being a thing in the anime, so they couldn't really justify that one. Okay. I'm going to turn off the experience share now. And I think we'll backtrack a route and get the last little bit of experience on... Yeah, Sully only needs a couple thousand more. That should be relatively doable. Oh hey, Poniard, I can't touch you with Sully. Dragonite makes sense, and yeah, I can imagine that it's probably pretty similar to Charizard and Aerodactyl. Might actually be visually a little bit better to ride on, just because it doesn't have massive wings that kind of obscure the screen and make it hard to figure out where its hitbox is. That is one thing, though. The hitboxes for some of the encounters in Let's Go were very awkward. It was... Yep, Onix. Pretty sure Onix is the first riding Pokemon you get access to. Like, unless you massively overlevel your starter, because I think you can ride on all of those. Could be wrong. One more Liepard should actually... No, I can't touch you either. Can I please have another Liepard? Thank you. I'm so confused as to why the game thinks it's daytime there, because it's like almost midnight right now for me. And I'm pretty sure that my system, that the clock for this is set to my time. Oh, sorry. I was thinking of the Kanto starters, forgetting that you obviously don't get them as your starter Pokemon. But I believe all of the Kanto starters' final forms you can ride on. I know you can ride Charizard, and I'm pretty sure you can ride Venusaur. Really? Only Charizard? Jeez, Pokemon. Check your bias. See, yeah, I feel like Blastoise could actually be a pretty fun one. Or even, imagine if they let Blastoise get down on all fours. Like, just imagine for a second how terrifying it would be to see a Blastoise charging at you on all fours. Because I honestly think that sounds like... That's the sort of thing they need to include in a Pokemon horror game. Yeah, Persian. Oh, actually, Persian is definitely one of my favorite Pokemon to ride in the game. I think it's just got a really smooth animation. Not quite as smooth as Arcanine, but yeah, I've got Let's Go Eevee. It's kind of hard to get an Arcanine in there from what I recall. Okay, so let's see. Let's double check movesets and such. So, Layu has Black Sludge. Okay, yeah. Layu has Black Sludge, Crunch, X-Scissor, yeah, proper setup moves. Fill Baits, obviously the only move there that matters is Sucker Punch, and it has Expert Belt to boost it. Desi is just a fast finisher if we need it. Acrobatics will actually hit harder than a super effective bite. Pendra has a Pyapa Berry to hypothetically take one psychic move. I would actually try and set up with Pendra to get like a quick agility off and then baton pass out. On Olympia's Sigilif, but it has 2 super effective moves. And I can't carry berries for both of them. Yeah, the gym battle has Psychic, Air Slash, Reflect, and Light Screen. You know? Oh, her level cap is 48? Huh, I thought it was 47. I'm going crazy. You know what, though? I honestly don't think I have to worry about it nearly as much as I am. Because I genuinely think that Layu is just gonna sweep this. Oh. Wonder. Hey, the TM for double team. I'll probably never use that because evasion strats aren't reliable and I have better options. I'm not against evasion strats. I'm against them. I'm against using evasion strats when I have reliable options. Like, I am more than willing to cheese a fight if that is the only way to achieve victory. But if there's a more reliable way, I never really want to cheese the fight. Especially because just I've tried to make use of evasion in battles and stuff like that, unreliable stuff. I can imagine Dodrio is pretty fast. Honestly, it probably looks really cool too. Alright, Olympia, you are the second most dangerous gym leader in this entire run, and I'm coming into your battle a level below the cap. Okay, I'm going to turn off speed up mode as well. We're gonna open with a Swords Dance. Okay, she used Reflect. It's a bit annoying because I was hoping that she would wait on Reflect. I was kind of just hoping that the AI would be dumb. But obviously that didn't work. Okay, special defense, that's really good. That makes that means that this air slash should do close to nothing. It can flinch, but odds are she won't flinch enough for it to make a difference. So this is the 4th turn of Reflect. Yeah, so Reflect, Light Screen, Air Slash, Air Slash. This is the last turn of Reflect. I am going to try and knock this thing out, because if I can manage to, then Reflect will be down and I'm not really worried about the 2 in the back. Oh, I got a crit. That's nice. Yeah. I don't actually really like relying on, oh, was it maybe holding a light clay, or did I just not see the message that said Reflect wore off? I don't know. Jeez, Leyu, you are out for blood today. She heard that her fellow Poison Dark type got killed earlier, and she is pissed. Oh no, whatever will we do? We got flinched. That's it. We've lost the match now. I'm pretty sure we're done. Like, we can't recover from that flinch. That set us back too far. Too far, too fast. We'll never make it. Oh, but Leyu is out for blood today. This is the first stream that we've used Leyu. We caught her at the end of last stream, and... yeah. Okay. And there we have it. Our toxicity can overcome the calm minds of the Psychic Gym. And we got Calm Mind. I don't think we have any Pokemon. Oh, hey, yeah! I completely forgot to pay attention to the follower goal, but yes, you are the 30th follower, and thanks for helping us get there. I just felt like it would be a really nice mile marker to reach. I'll probably stretch it out again. It wasn't associated with any specific event, but yeah. And thanks again for the follow. I know I said this when you did, but hope you're enjoying it. So, yep, now Lysander, in an extremely surprising twist, has unveiled his plan for causing a global extinction event. And yeah, sounds like a plan, honestly. Global extinction event means I don't have to go into work tomorrow, so, you know. No, obviously we are going to try and stop that. Let's see. There's got to be a bench or somewhere. There's got to be a bench somewhere around here with a nice view. Nope, no special view there. Why didn't they give alternate camera angles to more of the benches? There's... You know what? This is where we'll finish it up for today. We'll save here. Yeah. I am gonna call it there because I've been streaming for I think about 4 hours now, which is actually about an hour longer than I planned to, but I'm happy with where we got to. Obviously we will mourn Mephi and we will carry on the fight in her absence. And next time I should be streaming again tomorrow night. Next time we should be able to plow through some Team Flare stuff and go into one of the 2 fights where I plan to actually Mega Evolve my Venusaur. I've restricted myself to only Mega Evolving it when my opponent has a Mega, so I'm actually looking forward to the final Lysander fight. But yeah, thanks for stopping in, Bruce, and anyone who winds up watching the VOD, thanks for checking it out. If you want, !Discord in the chat if you want to join the Discord. I'll probably chat with people there about some potential games. But yeah, thanks for popping in, and we'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.